Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the fossil hunts indeed. Doing that indeed. See a Wicked in a gym in Pokemon Go. It looked stupid. Funny. Oh boy. I don't. Indeed, nothing has really changed from yesterday because I mean I don't need to be doing literally anything. The fun thing is that if I keep doing about the same amount that I did to, or if I actually calculate that if I will be doing the same amount that I did do yesterday, I can be hitting odds in Sword. Not gonna be even close in Soul Silver. Well, it doesn't matter, you know. I can be continuing these hunts at some other point, you know. It doesn't really matter that much. Doesn't need to be specifically during Fossil Week for sure, but I mean, at least now, you know, if I ever be wanted to be doing more, then you know I'll be doing more, of course. It's good to enjoy since it takes a little while to actually be getting things done. I put the old Emperor there? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, if I really want to be speeding up the Soul Silver at some point, I'm gonna just do one fossil check there, but I don't really care. But yeah, as I said, I think that if everything goes nicely today, I'm gonna be hitting the shiny charm mods on Sword. As I said, it doesn't make any kind of difference because even if I would be having charm, it's fossil reviving. Do not be affecting. But it's always like, some numbers are always something to be looking forward to. It do be. Hopefully my game doesn't crash today. Hoping for that indeed. I still hate the fact that you need to be saying yes to, like, once you've selected the fossil in Soul Silver. It's so annoying and unnecessary if you ask me. And I probably will be complaining about that the entire time because it is just so unnecessary. Why do I need to be saying yes? Oh, it's stone fossil. Already done 5 there. Nice. Seems like today. Once again, it's the case that tomorrow's like off day is definitely the thing that I will be looking forward to. At least it's the case right now if something doesn't change. I mean, I don't know. The thing is just that, I want to be sleeping, but, I mean, it doesn't really hurt if I really want to be doing, like, a shorter one randomly. But we'll see, we'll see. See about that, indeed. If I want to, I will do. If I don't, I don't, because, be important to remember to be sleeping enough, because jeez. Yeah, but as I said, I'm thinking that it's just because it's so cold right now compared to what it has been that I'm just sleepy a bunch. Because I'm like quite a good amount of people that I can be sleeping that well if it's too warm. Like, I sleep, but it's not good sleep. Change that real quickly. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed today. Nothing too bad going on. Was just basically chilling yesterday. Other question as what I would be doing. The good thing is indeed that can be chilling out since I've been doing everything that I wanted to be doing for a little while. Hello Arthur, how are you doing? Yeah, I do. I don't have a turbo controller. It's not that bad. And how else I would be able to be doing it? If I don't have a turbo controller without pressing a button. It's not that bad. Yeah, but it doesn't feel right to be using one. And also, I don't know if I could be finding something like that in here. I don't know if they sell them in the stores here, and you know, if something is modified of a system, they don't really allow them to be shipped here either. So I don't know if I could be getting one from Amazon. They're very strict about it here that if you are modifying things. I've talked about it before how it's kind of impossible to be getting like a capture card for like 3DS in here. Because it's just because you're modifying the system, it's like not allowed. And as I said, it's not that even bad to be pressing the A. Doesn't really hurt. I don't know. I don't really have a reason to be buying one myself. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using one, of course, but it's not the thing for me. Well, already done. It has been about 10 minutes, so yeah. Like, I've played a bunch of games that require a lot more button mashing, honestly. Not that bad. And there is a bunch of different buttons that if I want to be changing it up, I can be like that count as A. And double checking these over here. There we go. I will say that honestly the bigger problem is that I need to be using the D-pad to be moving. As I said, I could be cutting it up if I want to, but like that's honestly a lot worse than mashing A on the on the Joy-Con. It's just the sharp edges of the D-pad. And if you would like to, you don't need to be like mashing A all the time, even though I usually do be smashing the buttons all the time. Like few moments that you can be skipping out on it as well. I don't know, it's just like the only problem with the turbo controller is that I always remember that people are struggling to like turn off it. Like they can be turning the turbo controller off and it's just continuing doing its things. And like also another good thing about not doing with the turbo controller is that I can be stopping when a shiny appears as well. Without programming like a program to be doing it for me. But yeah, I'm like, I don't have anything against turbo controller, but the problem is just indeed that I don't know if I ever would like to be buying myself, and as I said, I don't know if I would be able to get one in here even. I'm not gonna be wasting my money on a thing that might be a thing. still impossible now. So one thing I have been finding like weird, like lately, is that why do people be getting sometimes upset for people that are using like controller mods for like hunting and bunch of different like EEST games? Like don't really understand the complaint there. I understand it completely that, you know, you only need to be controlling one thing, you don't need to be controlling every single game. Like, separately, you know? I completely understand it. And I thought it was like quite a usual thing that, you know, people like to be doing. One way or another, that they are having like one controller controlling multiple different games. Honestly, they do. But it's just a lot of more like chill way to be hunting, honestly, that you can be just laying back, you don't need to be punching over the system all the time. Well, yeah, like I understand, like some people like to be just optimizing their huntings. Like, there's a lot of people that, for example, to be using turbo controllers basically for every hunt or automatic hunts anyways. Do I feel like they are a little less like meaningful shinies? Yeah, but then again, you know, people will be getting into shinies the way they want. I don't really care. I didn't double check that one. But yeah. Because I talked about it before that I find it interesting how people are like, in quotes, automating shiny hunting. It's cool. Will I be doing it myself? Most likely not, but it doesn't make it less cool. Especially when it's like a manual one that you build yourself to, like, you know, an older like game. Because it's pretty easy to be doing with programs on Switch and stuff. I don't think so. To be fair, I'm not the most interested person when it comes down to cards. Yeah. To be fair, it's not like it's not everywhere that people are buying like mystery card packs from a place and they are like definitely planned, you know? Yeah. It is kind of crazy, for sure. I don't know. I mean, you know, each to their own, but it just kind of feels boring. But each to their own. Whatever you want to be doing with your money is what you want to be doing with your money. Yeah. I honestly, if I will be buying like a, like, you know, pack, I'd rather be like opening it myself and then know that I have lost money than be like knowing it beforehand. But then again, you know, why do you spend so much money on that kind of things? I don't understand. But then again, you know, some people do be different. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not cool to be collecting them, but at the same time, like, why are you spending so much money? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be spending that much money. I'd rather be spending money on the thing that I actually will be using. Even if it would be a display thing mostly, I'd rather be something that I see. I mean, the cards are pretty and everything, I don't say that, but at the same time, like, if I don't use them, it's just a completely waste of money. Like, the most that I have personally been, like, putting money on, like, booster box was like 50 euros for, like, one. I mean, it would be kind of cool to be buying more of them, but the problem is that they don't really sell them in here in too many, like, convenient places. Like, they do be having them, but you need to be, like, going so out of your way to be getting them. And for most places, you can be even, like, ordering them from online, which I've been doing. Not be talking to too many people, you know? And honestly, I'd rather be buying like Pokemon cards from an actual store than from like Amazon. Not really trusting internet on that. It is so ridiculous amount of fakes. The only place that I can be trusting is that if I would be buying it straight away from like Pokemon Company's website or whatever things. That is like the only place that I would be trusting. No, I got both of them done at the same exact time. Nice. But yeah, indeed. The problem indeed in here is like the one time that I did actually buy Pokemon cards is that the problem in here is that like almost no place sells them. Or if they are, they're only like single packs. So, you know, I'd rather be buying like more than that at a time myself. But, you know, don't need them. Yeah, but I don't know, they're quite expensive. Yeah, they're like ridiculously expensive for one. That's why I would be rather be buying like indeed like a booster box or like something better of a pack. That's just single packs. It's ridiculously pricey. It really depends on the store in here, like how pricey it is. Some stores are definitely a lot cheaper than others. And also, I will say, because they are not a big thing in here, like the size of the section for them in the store is ridiculously small and almost impossible to be finding. Except, like, I don't know, like, I guess, like, there's been very few, like, trading cards of sorts that have ever been big in here. They are not really a thing in here. I don't know why. To be fair, I don't really care. They're not that big of a thing in here. Like, probably the biggest thing that there is, like, do like trading cards and whatever things, collection cards, is the football, like, advent calendar. I mean, it is technically, yeah. I don't know if that's the reason why they're not there, but I don't really care. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't really be calling it gambling myself. But, you know, it technically is. Or for me, it really isn't, but But like, they are like in game stores, like the few that we have in here, in those they are. And you know, anyone can enter those. Probably is a reason, but it could be just as simple as that, like, they are not as big of a thing in here. It could be just that. You know, like, grocery stores don't really see the reason to be having them. If no one is buying them, why bother with them? And I will say that honestly, as nice as it is to be like having something physically, I'm the type of person that I honestly don't care if I have it digitally, so that's why I like the idea of like the trading card like game for like phone. I really like that idea because, you know, it's just like I'm not wasting money, and even though I don't care that much, I'm not also wasting like environment. I guess they're pretty to be looking at, but I don't really care. I mean, also, if they would be like, I also will say that much that most of the things that don't really feel like that they would be plus 18, but if it is like seeming by I don't know who it is, but if it seems like that it's gambling, it's usually 18 plus in here anyways. I guess it's one of those things that is 18 plus in here no matter what. I know in some countries it's older, but in here it's 18. 18 is kind of the magical number because basically then you have access to anything and everything. There's only a few things that you don't have access to, and but, you know, not everyone cares. Yeah? You can be buying most things once you hit 18. There's only very few things that you can be. I don't know if the regulations have changed, but the stronger stuff then that you can be buying. And you can be adopting a child. You need to be, I think, 25 for that. But basically everything. I don't know. It was like at some point a thing. I don't really care, honestly. If you want to be adopting a child, you need to be 18. Not 18, but... I mean, there's special situations where you can be doing at 18, but usually it's 25. Yeah, I will say that I have... basically everything is at 18 in here. You can be getting driver's license when you hit 18. You can be getting like, for like, some vehicles you can be getting age 15, 16. But most things are like actual cars are 18. Special case is 17, but it would be meaning that you'll be turning 18 that year. For example, if I would be like to be getting my driver's license when I did hit 18, I could have been getting them. No, you can be like actually driving like motorcycles and like some very specific like small cars that are actually considered to be like trucks. Like you can actually be driving yourself. It's like very specific vehicles indeed. Oh. Check those two. Those both again at the same time. But yeah, I don't know. Things change so much in here. Like, since I have turned 18, I don't even know how things are anymore. To be fair, do I need to be caring? No. Yeah, we have been like changing like so many things. It's kind of crazy. I don't really understand why, but don't really care. Exactly. And I would also say that I never understood, even though you can be doing basically anything and everything after you hit 18, I haven't ever understood why, honestly, to be celebrating it a bunch. Like, I don't care. It's just another birthday to me. But for me, I will be forever be saying that for me, the only, like, after I have hit 18, I haven't honestly cared what I turn the next year because it just doesn't really make a difference, honestly. You're an adult, like, after that. Maybe once you hit retirement age, then it's like something again, but it's still like, quite a good few years to be hitting that. There might be some minor things that you get after you hit certain age, but I don't care enough. It's kind of the same thing in here that, anyone can be in here be teaching someone to drive, but you need to be having your license at least for like, I think it's 3 years or something like that. But then you also need to be at least 25 or something like that. That you can be like, there is both, like, you need to be having your license for long enough and you need to be like old enough. But technically anyone can. You need to be going ahead and going for like getting an education how to be doing it, and also be having a car that you can be doing it with as well, because you know you need to be kind of also be having the control over the car in the case that something happens. But it's interesting. It does save you some money, but at the same time, like, it's not that much of a save. Like, overall, like, considering every single thing that you need to be paying in order to be like, you know, driving a car. I think that it actually saves you most likely more money, is that you will be getting whatever license you want at the age of indeed like 15, 16. So you can be driving indeed like smaller vehicles and stuff. Because then you can be skipping so much of theory. Also, I don't know if it's weird, but in here it's part of like getting your driver's license that you know how to be filling the car or whatever vehicle you're trying to be getting it with. Yeah, I think it's like quite a like understandable thing that, you know, people know how to do it. As simple as it is. There's like some cars, like actual cars that do be taking gas and are quite a hassle, and you know, they only do be doing the normal like normal fuel things. Gonna be weird whenever I do be getting around to be getting my driver's license, if ever. Most likely at some point. It's just expensive, and also, as I said, there is like things are gonna be changing in like not like I mean, it's like still like years, but still things are gonna be changing, so I would need to be like renewing my license anyways quite quickly because regulations change, whatever. But I will say, though, one thing, in my opinion, it is too young to be getting your driver's license if you're under 18, because jeez, how much in trouble do those people be getting? It's insane. And especially because the cars that like the small cars that they get access to, like 15, 16 in here, those cars they get destroyed so easily. Like, you're not safe if you're in one of those. Like, if a regular car like hits a wall, like a wall, it doesn't get anything. But if it, like the other car do be hitting a wall, like driving the same speed, that gets destroyed. Like, it just goes like it just smushes together. It's insane. Those are so bad. Also, I don't know how, like, what is so cool to be driving those anyways? This is the last full check that I can be doing before we're gonna be having a break. Also, I hate dudes that drive like motorcycles and whatnots. Those dudes are so loud. I hate summer times because of that. Those showing off their cool bike that they have definitely modified, and by that making them illegal. Like, I don't understand. Like, it was kind of a thing that you need to be modifying your motorcycle or whatever things, because otherwise you wouldn't be cool. The problem is that if police like knows it, you know, you're getting in trouble. I don't understand that. It's so stupid. But kids be kids, unfortunately. And if I would have been personally like to be getting one of those, I wouldn't be needing to be paying it out of my own pocket. And I will say that much, that it's not easy to be getting a job when you're like 15 that would be paying enough so you could be covering both the cost of the card and, you know, the vehicle. It's not easy at all. Because you just can't be getting, you know, normal summer jobs because, you know, you're too young. And the jobs that you get access to, they don't really pay that much. But yep, indeed, we're gonna be soonish having a break indeed. As it is usual, about 3 minutes or so. And, you know, be stopping the hunting while it's going indeed. So you don't miss out on anything in the case I do be finding something indeed. I'll try to collect 2 more in Soul Silver. Should be possible because one of them is like automatically there. Oh, come on. Gonna be the last one I do on Sword as well. Continuing after the break indeed. Here we go. Nice. Get going on then. Also, you know then how everyone is always complaining that, you know, the the fossils are rock types, or at least most of them are. But how is no one ever complaining that why is there so many water rock or rock water fossils? Like that's kind of insane. Like, you know, it's understandable that most things indeed that, you know, do be living in water, they do be lasting like quite a long time, but at the same time though, why so many? Why do there need to be so many of them? It's insane. And, you know, I know, not every single one of them needed to be. But, do be what it do be. Like, it is quite funny that most of the rock, water rock types are indeed fossils. Kind of ridiculous in a way, indeed. Quite a good amount of them do be, indeed. Like, yeah, there do be indeed be 3 of them. I mean, it's not that much, but considering like that there isn't that many fossil Pokemon, it is quite a good amount of them. You know, both of the Gen 1 ones were water, rock, water, whatever my thing. And same with Chirjuga. Like, I don't know. It could have been something else. I mean, Chirjuga is probably the only one that I wouldn't definitely be changing. I know some are saying like Kabutops and Kabuto could be they could be bug types, and I kind of agree on it. That they could be. And there's also only one that is pure rock type, which is kind of strange at the same time. I know that like Grandiodos, it doesn't really have anything going for itself, but it could have been something else. It just feels odd. Like, of course it can't really be a steel type because the other fossil that is the counterpart is it. And it definitely makes sense to be one. I don't know, could it be just boring if it would have been normal? Maybe. Or maybe it was just, you know, before it was a fossil, maybe it just was a normal, like, dinosaur. That didn't have anything going on, and then it just does, like, have a rock shell now. Yes, it could have been. Also, I feel like, now that I think about it more, I think, or more Auroras should have been either dragon or fairy types instead of rock type. Because yesterday I was talking that, like, most of them do be making sense to being rock type, even though, like, people are saying that they are rock types because they are fossils. Maybe a little bit is because of that. But I don't think it's all. I don't think it's the only reason. Because there's some that like make sense as well. I mean, I will say that the Aerodactyl definitely, or actually both of the rock flying types don't really be screaming that, per se. Aerodactyl maybe a little bit more than like Arc and Archeops, but not that much Aerodactyl though, before it mega evolves though. What are you? Because that could have been kind of cool if more Auroras would have been having that kind of typing. But I think that most of the fossil Pokemon, even though they don't make the most amount of sense, I feel like most of them do be making sense to be rock type. At least partially. As I said, there's very few that I will be saying myself. As I said, Anorith. Armaldo will be one of those, and maybe actually Omora and Aurorus indeed as well. Maybe only one of the Gen 1, like Ominide or Kabuto, could only be like rock type to be changing it up. Maybe that could have been a thing, but I can kind of see them. As I said, Aerodactyl is kind of in the gray area. Really, even Cradily, I think that they are quite fitting to be rock type. It just makes sense to me that they would be. Then I'm fine with all the Gen 4 ones. Gen 5, I'm a little bit questioning why is Arcan and Archeops, but yeah. Tier 2 I can kind of understand, could have been pure water, yeah. But I can understand it at least. Why it was like that indeed. What do you... Also, like, Tyrantrum and Tyrant, they do be making sense as well. What do you... It could be the case that at some point we will be seeing them. Like, in the long away in the distant past, we'll be able to see them and we'll be seeing their true typings. Legends are cues would have been otherwise like a indicator, but the problem is that they are appearing in space-time distortions that are in their own way special. And they're like roaming actually around, but then again, they do be fossil Pokemon, so they are very, very old. Also, how interesting it would be that if, for a kind of a fossil Pokemon, of a Relicanth, we would be getting a Mega Form. Maybe. Could be interesting. It is, and this is a fossil Pokemon. Like, it is actually based on like in real life fossil fish kind of thing. But basically what it's based on, it's like it is actually a real thing. So technically a fossil. As I mentioned before, it has also all the fossil things going for itself as well, like it do be indeed a rock type. And it also do be having the gender ratio of usual fossils, but then again quite a good amount of things to be having that kind of gender ratio. Like, it's still like pretty limited, most Pokemons I feel like have 50-50, but like honestly it's not that strange to be having a gender ratio like that. I feel like there is a lot like less common ones apart from like it's guaranteed to be a certain gender. But it do be. But it do be indeed. I mean, I suppose it's only bad if you really want to be getting like certain evolutions, then I can be understanding that it's annoying, but apart from that, they are actually quite common. And as I said before, I really hope that we would be getting a male counterpart to like Vespiquen and Salazzle. Not necessarily like for those specifically, but I would like to just be getting like it's rare to be getting a male one and the male one evolves, Like, I was just think that that would be kind of cool. get the last pterodactyls, and then we're gonna be adding everything in. There we go. I need to be adding in one extra thing as well. So we're going to be adding one there. Let's double check. Then indeed. But yep. Well, I'm hoping the best of luck if anyone else should be doing the puzzle week things indeed. Are you doing revives or are you doing random encounters? I suppose eggs are an option for some of them as well. Hopefully you can be finding something, you know. Hopefully indeed. It is kind of strange though that, you know, like even though I feel like Fossil Week has been a thing for like years at this point, it honestly hasn't been around for that long. It's kind of strange that like it like feels like a thing that, you know, would be like more of a thing, you know. Because usually, like, the large, like, community events are something, like, quite specific and usually, like, kind of easy to be forgetting. Way to be getting shinies. Or anyways, like, a way that people would be hunting in certain places, like Safari Week, for example, is one of those. I feel like without Safari Week, I feel like not too many people would be hunting there. I'm kind of like in the boat that I wouldn't be hunting there that much, but at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised if I would be doing there something at some other point as well. It's just unlikely, but could happen. But yeah. I mean, the thing is that, like, something like fossils, I would have been hunting them at some point anyways, but I mean, if there is, you know, kind of an event for it, I might as well be going for, you know, each. Yeah, there's a bunch of them indeed, but then again, there's also quite a good amount of people that, like me, that I mostly do be doing hunts that either I have started or I feel like doing anyways. And some are like I don't want to be doing it or I don't care to be doing them. If it's impossible to be hunting something, it's kind of hard to be hunting it. I mean, usually, can be finding a way to be doing it, of course, but can be hard sometimes, indeed. Depends on what do you want to be doing, indeed. Do I get there now? Nothing. I was thinking that I was pressing B, but I was pressing B on the other game. Like, why am I typing? Literally pressing B on the other game. Oh, speaking of like pressing B and stuff, I remember that in like some like old games, if you want to be having like fast text, that you need to be holding the button. And boy, oh boy, was it annoying sometimes to try to be like speeding through the text in those games when you have been playing the games like n times already. You like to try to be doing the fast text because you already know everything that is going on there, but then you need to be like holding on to the button. And it's like, why? Why is it holding? It's just so annoying. I don't think that I will be running into those kinds of games too often nowadays, thankfully. And you would need to indeed be pressing down like a B button or something like that. It is usually B, sometimes it can be A or like whatever is the interaction button. But usually it is like the cancel button. But I think that I hate more is, of course, like a thing that I will be doing it to myself is that when I accidentally be skipping like text box over. It happens so often. It do be very much of annoyance. Check these out then. You know, also one thing that always throws me off when I'm playing, a game, and, well, whatever I do in the game. And then there is, like, vibration, haptic, whatever my thing going about. And, then all of a sudden it stops, and then you're, like, questioning for a little bit why and what is going on, but then it's like, yeah, your battery is about to be out. And like it just takes like forever for like the console to be registering that the batteries are about to be going away. Like literally I can be waiting like 2 minutes for like the console to be informing me about it of a thing that I have already known for like 2 minutes. It's especially noticeable when you're like, in the middle of, you're doing like shooting or something like that usually do be causing it. It just stops. And then, be changing them indeed. Whenever is the next best stop to be doing it indeed. But I will also say one thing that I don't like about like some games is when the haptics is like super strong. And then there is like not a setting for, you know, making it to be less. Because I have never realized how much I appreciate that like games that I've been playing recently, like that they have it, like how much of a nice thing it is. I mean, it's like nothing wrong, like they don't need to be having like a slider or anything for it, but at the same time, like most games have it like at like max from what I've seen, like from the get-go, and it's way too much. But some games they do be having it like the like at the halfway point, which is fine. It's just like I would always be wishing that there would be like slider that I can be controlling it myself. There is one game that I remember that I did play like a long time ago. That it literally had such bad of haptics to the controller that if I wouldn't be holding it to the controller well enough, it could be like literally... I could be literally dropping it. And you can like hear it like to another room, how bad it was hitting things. Was insane. I remember for like when I did start to be playing that game that whenever I was like doing certain actions in the game, the cat was always like waking up to it because it was so loud. To be fair, our cat do be waking up to basically anything and everything, it seems like. Like, there is sometimes that the shit do be in like... that she do be indeed be in a like very deep sleep, but it doesn't happen that often. But once she does, you can definitely see it. Like once she wakes up, you can definitely see that she was sleeping. She's looking at like what's going on over here. Doesn't understand anything. Oh, happens indeed. And once again, Aerodactyl, that is bunch of A's. Don't know how to be spelling the thing, so it's just bunch of A's now. Is this the last? This could be also the last one there, so I can be checking things on the both games indeed. Yeah, it is. I feel like there's one feature in Pokemon games that I don't think that I have ever used, and I don't know if I ever will. And it's like the markings that you can be doing yourself to the Pokemons. I don't think I've ever used that feature. I know that it can be, useful and everything. I guess usual way for people to be using them to be marking down the IVs and whatnot, so but I don't really care about it. I honestly wonder what was the intended. Like, what were we be thinking, like, what we would be using them for? Like, what were they thinking that we could be using them for at any point, Because I personally can't really be knowing what it could be. I mean, I suppose it's a way to be marking down maybe like some teams that you might be wanting to be using. Maybe that. I don't know. They've like kind of always been there, but I don't know if I will ever be able to find a use for them. Because I personally, when it comes down to like sorting down Pokemons, I mostly have them in their own specific boxes if they are like something special. It's the way that I do be doing it indeed. If there's something special indeed, they do be in their own boxes. Also, another feature that I don't feel like... I know some people use it a bunch, but I feel like I don't use it too often in both this kind of, because it's similar kind of thing, is the camp or the picnic thing. Like, I know that quite a good amount of people do be using them a bunch, but I haven't personally been finding that much of usage for them indeed. Like showing off Pokemon. Sometimes I do it more in, you know, Scarlet and Violet, definitely. Like in that game, I definitely do be showing the Pokemon off more in there. I don't... It's not like it would be hard to be doing in Sword and Shield, to be fair. It's just, I don't know what it is. I just don't really do it. I guess because it's the case that you can't really be interacting with them, at least like not as much as you can be doing in Scarlet and Violet. But you know, it's a nice feature though. It's just, I don't know. Maybe if there would be like more like connectivity that you could be getting with your Pokemons when you're in the Pokemon camp indeed, maybe I could be using it more honestly. Because at the time it just doesn't feel worth it. But I'm glad that it's there, you know. I'm very glad that it's there. As I said, I'll personally be hoping that there is always gonna be, from here on out, a way that you can be interacting like directly with your Pokemons. I'm fine if remakes don't have them, of course. But apart from those, I will be saying that I really wish that we can be interacting with our Pokemons. I do be counting that Legends Arceus also has it, because you can be throwing them out and talk to them. It's definitely not that impressive, but then again I can kind of understand it that, you know, it was a time when, you know, people and Pokemon didn't get along as well. So, you know, I'm fine with it. But, I mean, there is still something, you can be throwing them out. So that's nice. Hmm? Like, I don't know if there has really been a Pokemon game since X and Y that doesn't have something like that. As I said, remakes don't really count because they are remakes. They, you know, didn't originally be having them, so I'm not expecting that every single one of them would be adding them. Because there is also kind of in Let's Go, it's again kind of like limited for sure. You can be only doing it for the first, not necessarily not the first, but the one that you have out anyways. You can be only doing it for that. Are still there? I did see quite an interesting challenge that at least Hampus did do not too long time ago. And he tried to be getting a shiny for each of the traveling methods in Let's Go Pikachu. You know, walking, flying, and swimming. Surfing, whatever my thing. That's quite interesting. I mean, it's not that much. But it would be kind of cool. Like it. It's kind of just reminds me that I really want to do at some point, like there's few games that I'm willing to be doing like a living dex in just in that game, and Let's Go Pikachu / Eevee is one of them definitely. Because it's just so like, you know, it's not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is kind of easy. Not that the methods are easy, but the thing called indeed it's easy in the way that, you know, there isn't that many Pokemons. There's few definitely that are gonna be causing some issues. Name the legendaries, but I mean, they are legendaries anyways, they are always a little bit of a pain. Like, I don't know a game where legendaries catching / shiny hunting wouldn't be a pain. And then again, there's so many things in Let's Go that I would like to be doing, honestly. Just haven't really been getting around to be doing them, indeed. Someday. I could do, I think, I don't know, maybe I could be doing 2 patches in Soul Silver. I know that I can be doing at least 1. Before, you know, next break hits in, indeed. Yeah, indeed, as I said, we'll be having a break soon once again, so, you know, get something to drink, something to eat, or take a break some way, shape or form, indeed, if needed, because breaks do be good every once in a while, indeed. it, then take them indeed. I don't know, I can be at least, I know that I can be getting very close to doing another, like 2 patches in Social for the Aerodactyls. Gonna be 1 or 2 off. I could technically, because I can be getting quite far indeed to this one, I could definitely be technically be doing like 1 in quotes extra next hour. It's quite interesting that I've been able to do it like that I'll be doing an extra one. It could be that in like the hour after that I do 1 less, of course, but it happens. It is with shiny hunting to me that, it's not the most consistent thing ever. It happens some way. That's for sure. Not the most consistent indeed. Is it Dome Fossil? Yeah. It is indeed. It's not an old amber anymore. Also, you can be seeing by the shape of the menu on the bottom screen as well, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. I don't know, it's gotta be indeed cutting it quite close, because technically I would be having enough time to be checking 1 more set in Soul Silver. But how optimal am I is a different question. And it's not too optimal to be going ahead and talking to the dude from there about it. I mean, it works. Thankfully, it's not like a weird thing that you need to be speaking to it from a certain point indeed. I was about to be pressing no twice there. Take these fossils and then I'll leave it there. Nope. Break time indeed. We go, let's continue then. I'm gonna first check. Oh, there's still one more old amber there going on, okay. Wanted to know that was it actually like that was the last one that I did get before the break or an autumn. That probably is the last one though. No? Okay, I was more off than I thought. I mean, it doesn't matter. Also, I find it interested in the side that I was looking at. The typings for all the fossils, indeed. Because I was looking at them an hour or so ago, indeed. It did have a poll that was like E6 and Y, like easy and stuff. And, you know, each to their own, you know. Personally, I will always be saying no matter what. Most of the time I do be enjoying a game that I can just be casually playing. I don't really need to be concentrating on it too much, so I suppose I like easy games then. But yeah. I mean, I don't mind necessarily hard games either. It's just like, if I can be more chill with a game, I'd rather be choosing that myself. But I think the only problem that I remember, I don't know if it's the case, but I remember that it, like, is the case in, again, like in the game that I haven't played too much. If I remember correctly, there is no way to be avoiding horde battles in X and Y. Like, they can be happening randomly. I think in Auras you need to be doing Sweet Scent. I could be wrong though, but I remember that I did hear a bunch of people complaining about it. Like at some point, that, you know, it's annoying that in X and Y you are randomly having horde battles. Because it's kind of a thing that, you know, like, I don't mind hordes. I think they are cool and everything, but at the same time, if I want to just be doing like a random encounter hunt where I do be like encountering Pokemon one at a time, I would like it to be always that way. Not just some of the time, you know? I mean, then again, you know, it is the thing that, you know, you try different things and see how they work. If they don't work too well, then, you know, be making things differently indeed. You don't know before you try, you know? Know before you try, indeed. But I'm glad that they did switch it up indeed, though. I feel like that is, like, I suppose the only problem of hunting in X and Y, if it's indeed the case that, like, you're getting, like, hordes no matter what, if you don't, like, want them. Yeah. What's the last one? But then again, it's always the thing in games in general for me that I don't mind things. Like in this case, horde battles, I don't mind them. It's just, if I don't want to do them, I would rather be having that as an option as well, you know? Like, if I don't want to be seeing them, as I said, if I want to be doing, like, random encounter hunt and I don't want to be having hordes, I would like that to be an option. Because, you know, why not? Then again, it's the thing for me that for most things in games in general, if thing either is or feels like is like optional, it should be optional always. I get it, like maybe once you need to be doing it for the story, but sometimes I would be wishing that wouldn't be the case either. But you know, it's like not that bad if you're playing the game, you know, for the first time. It's not that bad, but when you're trying to be replaying the game, it can be getting frustrating, you know. And you need to be doing certain things, even though you have absolutely no interest of doing it. Especially if you're doing like a challenge run in games, and the thing that you need to be doing every single time is completely useless. I rather not. Because, you know, I don't mind, like, indie, like, things that, you know, people do be usually disliking, for example, in Pokemon games. But I just wanted to be, like, be done on my main file, not on, like, I'm doing ghost only thing, for example, or some other challenge. That's why I kind of like and dislike the gym puzzles, specifically in Scarlet and Violet. Like, some of them I'm fine with. I'm honestly fine with some of them, but some of them are like, why? Like, couldn't it be anything cooler? I like to talk trash about it just so many times that... Why does the psychic gym puzzle, if you can even call it that, need to be like that? It's so stupid and I hate it. To be fair, there is some things that I personally don't like, also in Sword and Shield in the gym puzzles. And funnily enough, I think the only ones that I don't like are the version exclusive ones. Like, I don't like... I mean, I don't mind the teacup thing, but at the same time I feel like it's kind of unnecessary and not fitting for either of the types that it's supposed to be there. And then there is the Ice/Rock Gym. No. Ew, that's... so bad. Like, why? It's just so stupid and I absolutely hate it. Like, for example, there is like a gym thing that like I don't mind at first, but also like I can be seeing how it can be getting frustrating in Scarlet and Violet. And it's the olive pushing thing. I feel like it's fun, you know, the first time around. But then again, like, if you would be doing it over and over again, I can see how, like, the physics of it can be getting, like, frustrating. Can definitely be seeing that indeed. But, you know... You want it be indeed. Mm-hmm. it's stone fossil. Not yet, at least. I do still be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be getting whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. Hopefully indeed. Also, I was kind of thinking, like, since I didn't talk about yesterday, that the only game that I don't really like to be doing a fossil hunt in, even though I might be doing it at some point, is Let's Go Pikachu / Eevee. Like, it says that you can be getting unlimited amount of the fossils. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. But the problem is that just getting them can be kind of annoying. Like, in actuality, it's not that bad. But at the same time, that there is only few spots that you can be getting them per day. And then you need to be hoping for the best, and then you need to be waiting for another day. I know that there's like day skip thing, and I think resetting works. I could be wrong though, but most things in Pokemon, they don't usually break if you are resetting the game. Some do, it's very rare though, so that's why I kind of doubt that it would be breaking it. It just can be annoying to be getting a bunch of the ones that you want. As it is with anything and everything, you know. And also, still the only thing that I personally do be hating about so much about the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is that you need to be selecting the controller every single time. I know I complain about that again a lot, but it's so annoying. Like, literally, if I only have one thing connected to it, why do I need to be selecting? I would understand it, you know, if I would be having multiple different, like, Joy-Cons, controllers, whatever my things connected. I would understand it then, but, you know, if I only have literally one connected, like, why? To be fair, it's only really a problem if you're doing legendary resets. With anything else, you can be doing more than one at a time, though, so it's not that bad and it's not an issue that much. And if you decide not to be hunting them, it's not that bad either. But I feel like most people would like to be hunting them. I guess the only way to be getting some of them. You can technically be finding the birds flying around, but it is rare. They do be rare, but it's cool. Does it make sense? Not that much. But it's Pokemon. It do be Pokemon. What are you expecting? Things to be making sense? Couldn't be. Here we go. I will say though, one thing that is a little disappointing about fossil revives, as it is with any gift Pokemon, and you can choose the Pokeball. But I feel like in the situation like this that, you know, like fossil reviving, you're asking for it, I feel like if it would be making sense that you would be requesting that please put it into this Pokeball. Like I understand like some other gift Pokemons that they have already been caught in that Pokeball. But fossil revives, you're literally reviving them, so why couldn't they be in other Pokeballs? I mean, I suppose it's a way to be knowing that, at least for the Galar fossils, that if they are in any other Pokeball but the regular Pokeball, they definitely do be caught in a way that is not possible in the game normally. But then again, you know, I don't know who would be really be trading these anymore. I know that, you know, some of the fossils in this game are quite broken, like, to be battling with. But I also feel like, like, why would people be doing it anymore? Really? Not like they're too usable in this game anymore, because this game is not the main game anymore, you know? But then again, I don't think that they will be ever be stopping, unfortunately, but would be cool. But yeah. It is sometimes, I will say that much, it's hard to be saying is a, like, if you're doing surprise trading, wonder trading, whatever thing. It is sometimes quite hard to be knowing is it legit or not if you get a shiny. Because sometimes, you know, people do be sending them away, and, you know, that's normal. And sometimes, you know, it is quite obvious, but hey. I will say that much, that I personally don't care if I get anything there, because I only really be liking a Pokemon if I ever caught it myself. You know? It's the only way that I can truly be knowing that, you know, it's legit. If I catch one myself. Best way to know, indeed. And it is kind of also, like, you know, their own way. Like, indeed, the website names for Pokemon, that they're kind of stupid as well. Like, of course I understand that, you know, like, they are, you know, promoting their own things. I guess, why else would they be having it there? But, you know, it's still like, why though? Like, actually, why? But hey, you know, it is, as I said plenty of times, as annoying as it is, I don't think that there is ever gonna be anything done to that. And even if there would be, the unfortunate reality is that internet be internet, and it's not that hard to be getting, unfortunately, another one up like that. I don't get them, and I honestly don't want to be seeing them. But it's just unfortunate. I talked about them a bunch, that it's just so annoying. And it's the thing as well that most people know that they are not, you know, real and everything. But at the same time, you know, it kind of feels bad when, you know, like a kid doesn't know that it's not real, you know. But it's even more stupider when some people try to be making it so that they would be, like, legit. Like, I got this from a friend. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it can be true, but it usually smells fishy a little bit. Usually, indeed. Let's get the last was there then. Can we check them out once again? Check them out then, indeed. Something quite interesting happened yesterday, and it was that like we did see our cat looking at us when we were, we did go to the store. Like she usually do be like watching outside in the there on there because outside do be fun. It was the first time that we did. I mean, not probably the first time that we have ever seen her there because she do be quite often there when it do be coming home. But the first time that like I think that she really like noticed us. She was very confused though when we did start to be making like the usual noises that she reacts to. Like she thought that they did come from the inside, even though we were outside. And happens. I think she do be seeing us quite often from there if she is indeed in her spot that she can actually be like right next to the window and seeing outside. She just might not be paying that close attention to us. Because she seems to be knowing the car that we're like coming from indeed. Which would make sense because we have been using the same car for quite some time. So she kind of knows indeed. But then again, I have known that there is quite a good amount of pets that, like, once they do be hearing, like, either the motor or, like, a door of a car, they know that, who did come home and stuff. Which is pretty interesting. But then again, makes sense. As I said, if you don't really be changing, like, the car, that, like, why wouldn't they be knowing that you're coming in indeed? Also, cat kind of knows if we coming as well. Based on our footsteps as well. Which again, makes sense. Would be interesting indeed. Also, I still kind of feel like that our cat is not too interested in like closed doors as usually cats are. She's not too interested in them. And is kind of afraid of some of the closed doors. I've talked about it like few times. We have tried to be seeing how she reacts when we do be opening the door to like the staircase. And she doesn't really want anything to do with it. She is becoming more interested in going outside, as I said also not too long time ago, so if everything goes well, we are gonna be going outside with her. But I think mostly she, wants to be, at home. Which is not too surprising. Not too surprising one bit indeed. Unfortunately, in here, that's been for the past couple of days. It was been ridiculously rainy, so it's not really a weather that one does want to be going outside if it has an option. So been going outside that much. To the store and everything, and that is fine, but like apart from that, not that much. But I will say also one thing that I do be absolutely hating is when you go from like outside when there has been indeed rain. You go into like inside of a store and then you almost slip because your shoes will be wet indeed. Like most of the time stores in here they do be having like a rug or whatever thing like on the entrance or like next to an entrance, like whatever my things that you can be kind of be trying your shoes in. They don't really work that well, and at least I don't really want to be doing that much of that if there is a bunch of people in there. I know that it's fine and everyone kind of does it, but still I don't really want to be doing it. It will be kind of like feeling like I'm in the way. Nice. But I will say one thing though that I can't really be doing while doing Fossil Week is that I can at least accidentally be throwing a Pokeball. And I can't really be getting a wrong Pokemon either in either of the games. It's kind of impossible. Could it be happening? Yeah, could. But it's quite unlikely because, you know, I don't really be doing anything but smash either A or B. I would need to be using at least some sort of direction on the D-pad or something like that in order to be moving. So I doubt that I would be facing, considering the fact as well that, you know, I don't need to be encountering anything. I need to be going ahead and going to a piece of grass or anything. It'd be a different story if I would need you, but I don't need you. But yeah, from what I've heard, that the people tend to be liking to be hunting fossils down in at least in X and Y for the reason that you can be getting a bunch of different ones that you can be reviving. And be getting different ones, and you know, you can kind of be doing like randomly, like I know what you can be doing with eggs in Scarlet and Violet. You can be getting more of them, and they are like random, and I like that. Not everyone, of course, you know. It would be then kind of wasteful for some of them for sure, but I mean, I wouldn't mind to be trying it out at some point when I do ever be getting there. Because I always like that kind of a thing that if I like want everything from something, I don't mind like in quotes facing. Can you really be calling it facing if everything that you are encountering is one you want? I don't think so. But gonna be interesting if I were to do that indeed. From what I have heard, it's like some games is like in some games it's the problem that you can only be getting like one fossil, like either at all or before you know will be defeating like a league or something like that. And I do think that someone at some point did complain about them. I mean, it's still at least like if you're doing it on like 3DS, it's pretty like, you know, fast reset, so that's at least nice. It's not that bad. So, you know, there to be that be indeed. So it's not that bad if you only get one, but you know, it is with, for me, it's always gonna be a thing that more that I can be getting, the better. You know, more progress I can be doing per reset, the better. Up until like certain point, of course. I don't want to be doing too much. I want to be wasting. I want to be wasting. And I don't want to be wasting more time to be getting, you know, more of the fossil parts in Sword and Shield. Well, welcome back. Have you been up to hunting anything recently? Or have you just been chilling? Oh, nice. Good luck with that indeed. Yeah. Most things in life are tiring, to be fair. Some more than others, for sure, but most things still are tiring. I mean, it's something. Indeed. Good morning, EEST. How are you doing? How about the white stripe one? Do you have it already, or do you need that one as well? Yeah. Yeah. They are pretty fast. Like at least 100 in an hour fast. So it's not that surprising. I mean, to be fair, if you really want to be catching one, just save and reset. And Emperors are honestly quite easy to be dealing with if you ask me, because most of the time they are near like grass and you can be hiding in them. You can always Masuda indeed, Abra. Also, should you be already doing Mario Kart, or did something come up and you need to be doing them later? I'll put on at the same time, nice. Let's check out these. I can be doing it like, again, like half-ish before we're gonna be having another break. Seems interesting. We rarely be having any leftover dough for pizza ourselves, but because we usually only be making like enough so we have like things going on, but yeah. And when I was like, you know, living with my parents, I remember that for whatever reason we used to be making like very like liquid like dough, if you can be even calling it that dough. And we did use that as a base. The only thing that I didn't like about it is that it was very thick. And I didn't like it. I would have been liking it if it would have been a little less there. Because I hate when pizzas do be having too much dough. To be fair, I don't like too like crispy like pizza either. I like somewhere in between. Yeah. To be fair, if I do be buying like, you know, pizza from a freezer section, I rather it be in a thin crust than a thick one because those are disgusting. Yeah. And the problem is that if it's too thick as well, it can be raw in the middle. Rarely it's the case, it has never been the case, but it can be. Also, they're like I don't mind like buying pizza like from a like fresh place as well, but there like has been a few places that nowadays I refuse to be buying pizza from because they're just like basically no matter what like things you add to it, it's just disgusting. It's just oil everywhere. Like, I don't mind like extra oil, but you know, from that place it's just way too much. Like, hi. How are you making that? It's disgusting. Like, you know, I understand it if you, especially if you had meat on it, like you can't be getting around that. It's crazy. Also, I hate when some places are like so annoying. They use so much like extra like flour when they are like making the dough like the shape that it needs to be. And my stomach doesn't at all like raw like flour. And do one more check per game, then we're gonna be having break. Yeah, but like some places like to be having like flour when they are making the shape so it doesn't stick to the surface. Which makes sense, but we do it sometimes if the dough itself is like too, you know, sticky, but rarely it's the case. But yeah. So I have just I have had so many situations, not that much lately, but like 5 to 10 years ago. It was like actually like just a it was like the case that in quite a good amount of places it was the case that there was just like the bottom of the pizza was just like white because they would use so much extra flour. It was like insane. Some places have gotten better, but eh. But yeah. It do be what it do be. We're usually too lazy ourselves to be buying like flour that is specifically made for like that you would be making like pizza dough out of it. Because it's just like we don't use it that much that we could be using it in the time that it goes bad. Because they go bad like relatively quickly. And that's why like our pizza doughs are like the ones that we make ourselves aren't the best, but I mean I can't be bothered to be buying it. Too much work for not that good of a result in my opinion. I don't personally like that much. Even though the taste doesn't change that much, I just at the same time don't really like the taste of the pizza like flour. Like you don't actually like taste it, but like, it's still like eh. I rather not indeed with that. Like it's kind of ridiculous how many different kinds of doughs that not doughs but flours there are for like so many different usage. I understand that there needs to be like certain amount of different kind of flours because some people are allergic to things like that. I can understand, but it's just like incredible how many different kinds of flours there are. Like, when you like start to be looking into it, it's just so much. Like it's ridiculous how big like flour sections are in stores. And the problem is always that they don't sell them in like small enough packages as well for like us because we don't use that much like flours and stuff. Like it goes bad before we can be using quite often. Even though I know that in flours, for example, the day doesn't really matter that much, but still, it is there for a reason. Not from a personal experience, but I know that they can be annoying to be dealing with things if you're indeed be eating expired flour or products made from expired flours. Even though it is quite interesting that there is quite a good amount of recipes that actually call for something to be spoiled or whatever things. Like, you know that they are safe to eat, but at the same time, like, they are expired. Oh, wrong button. Try to be using D-pad, what I'm using. The Joy-Con that doesn't have a D-pad. Not too bad of a progress today, indeed. Already 400 checks in, indeed. Can it be? Yeah. Cheers. Happens. The 400 checks indeed in the sport indeed. Not that bad. Unless kind of one thing that I will be, like a weird thing that I will be missing, like, or I am missing from like older Pokemon games. It's just random places that you could be like going ahead and do like random things in. Because in Scarlet and Violet basically everything is in the overworld. Like basically everything that there ever is in the overworld. Which is understandable but kind of disappointing at the same time. But then again, there honestly could have been more like unique places like that in older Pokemon games as well. I guess it just seems like so many times, like so many of them were repeated from like region to region. But then again, you know, there is of course some things that, you know, every region needs to be having. Like every region kind of has to be having a place where the professor is, which is usually their lab indeed, of sorts. Even though in Scarlet and Violet it's definitely the most interesting one. It definitely do be. Like the main place that like there is that everyone can easily be accessing is indeed a lighthouse. For whatever reason is the place. And then there is the lab at the bottom of the area 0. Cool to be seeing different things, but definitely be odd indeed. Alright. I'll be getting a Caputo. I don't have a room for a Caputo. I will say though, sometimes I would be wishing that there would be more interesting labs for the professors though. That's definitely a thing that, in my opinion, is better in more recent Pokemon games. Because most of the labs in the older Pokemon games, they were kind of same-ish. Like, I understand that there needs to be certain things in every single professor's lab. I understand it. But at the same time, They could have been more unique. I like that they, like, almost every single, like, professor's lab, they do be having, like, their own unique, like, music to them. Music to them, indeed. But I would be wishing that they could have been more unique to the professors. Would have been a lot nicer, indeed. That's why, like, even though, like, the Alola, the professor's lab there, it doesn't look too professional, I kind of like it for that. Because, you know, not every place needs to be, you know. Sword and Shield is kind of questionable, like, is it good or not? It is definitely interesting. But I feel like, if I remember correctly, how does in Kalos the Professor's lab look like? I think that is such a disappointing looking place. Again, I haven't played it, so don't know that much, but if I remember correctly, it's kind of boring. Like, even more boring than, you know, the like Chain 1-1. Even though, you know, it is what it is, you know, it started it all. What do you? I do be liking the cool machine that, you know, Professor Elm do be getting, though. That's pretty cool. What do you? I feel like, indeed, like, for whatever reason, I feel like it's so disappointing that, like, indeed, the labs for the professors are, like, not that interesting. I mean, again, it's not really a place that you go into, but at the same time, I feel like it should be, like, made for, you know, whoever is the professor. Because, you know, every single one of them has, like, their own thing that they do. or like are researching more. So there could have been something like for that indeed there. Definitely could have been indeed. But I am pleased, I'm very glad that they did do, like, that all the professors have, like, their own, like, special thing that they want to be doing indeed. That they are researching into, because even though it isn't, like, that obvious, like, when you're playing the games, it's very nice to be knowing that they have something like that indeed. It would be... Would it be nice if it would be more shown? Yeah, but... Don't know really at what point they could be showing it to us at the same time. I will say one thing that I don't like sometimes about like baking and stuff is that it's sometimes annoying that, you know, whoever did wrote the recipe and such, that they don't tell how difficult something is. Like, there's like things that, you know, everyone kind of knows that if you're making them, it's hard. And also, like, I hate when recipes are like that they are expecting you to be knowing how to be doing things. Like, surely it's annoying if there is like, you know how to do it, then they are explaining how to be doing it, but then again, you can just skip over it. But it's just annoying that for me more that, you know, they are not explaining like how some things needs to be done. I feel like I've talked about this before. I know that I've talked about like how annoying it is sometimes to be making recipes that have different measurements what we use. It's annoying. But yeah. I hate that indeed because it's not that easy. And also, like, one thing I will say that I do be appreciating, even though I personally do be knowing that it is sitting indeed, that they are saying that, you know, for when it comes down to, you know, heating things up, especially if you're using an oven, I like that they are saying that, you know, do what looks right to your oven situation instead. Because that's so true, because, you know, you never know, even though you have been using the same oven for 20 years. One day it just decides that it wants to be burning everything. So that's why I like more, like, they have, like, about time that, like, it takes. They don't, like, say that it takes this and this amount of time, and then they, like, say that, like, use this, for example, to be testing, is it actually done? Usually it's something like a toothpick or something like that. Because, like, I feel like if, like, more recipes would be saying that, we would be seeing a lot less people to be failing baking things. Because there is, like, a bunch of situations where, like, the simplest option would have been that whoever was making the cake would have been letting it to be in the oven for a little bit longer. Because they didn't test, like, is it actually, like, cooked in the middle? Because, you know, you can be, like, looking like it's very well baked on the sides, but, you know, they usually sides are touching. They're touching the whatever you're using to keep it contained so it doesn't flow all over the oven. Like, of course, most of the time those do be taking heat in, you know, and heating differently. Because I don't know. Like, part of the problem always is that, like, if you're baking new things when you're baking, in this case, that part of, like, you making mistakes and making things not to be good is because, you know, it's your first time. But I will say that quite a good amount of times it's also the fault of the recipe as well. Either they don't explain some things and then, like, they don't explain something, but then all of a sudden they say that you should have done this already, but then you have already done it differently because they didn't say how to be doing it. And I'm like, how? Because for some things there is, like, for, like, warming things or something like that, there is a big difference, like, how you're doing the warming. And they kind of forgot to be telling you, like, what way you would need to be doing the warming indeed. You know, happens. Also, I hate when recipes are like, they are requiring eggs, and then randomly in the middle of the recipe they are saying that they need to be room temperature. Because, you know, we do be, like, having our eggs in the fridge most of the time. So if it doesn't say in the, like, the ingredients menu that it needs to be a room temperature, oh boy. Because I don't always be reading the recipe, and if I do, I might not be remembering it, so I would be wishing that in this situation it would be saying in the ingredients that, you know, it needs to be room temperature. Same it is with like melting butter, because most recipes they don't want, like, if you want to be like melting butter like in the microwave, for example, they don't want it to be hot. And you know, that would also be nice to be knowing beforehand. And sometimes they don't even say that, and you are like questioning why things are going wrong, but it's the problem that the butter was too hard. Thanks, recipe. To be fair, I don't really bake that often. Not really our thing. More of the problem that we're not gonna be eating the things that, you know, we will be making indeed. Or if we would, it would be taking too long, and again, be going bad, so... not really worth it. Because usually recipes are not like small enough so two people could be easily be eating them without feeling too sick. Especially the kinds of person that is not too much into sweets. And sometimes you can be making like hell of a recipe, but it doesn't work all the time. And it's hard as well. That's why I almost never do be doing like alterations to like recipes, because like if I don't change it correctly, it's gonna be not like inedible, but close to it. Hmm. There we go. Also, one thing that I have been taught in school that mostly is, you know, true, that you usually will be mixing the wet and dry ingredients like separately, and then, you know, usually combine them. Usually you don't have them two different things. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, the thing is that I honestly wouldn't really be minding, you know, baking more. As I said, I did used to bake quite a bit because, you know, it was a mandatory part in school that we were baking or making food. Depended a little bit on the day, you know. It's indeed mandatory part of in school, so was interesting. Did used to do it bunch of there, but of course, like, it's school, so, you know, you were doing it in groups and stuff because, you know, only so much ingredients, so you wouldn't really be able to do everything yourself. Which is, like, okay. I would have been hoping that there would have been, like... Because in my school it wasn't a thing that there could have been, like, a cooking competition or anything like... Or baking competition, whichever one. I would have kind of hoped that it would have been the case, because I could have been interested in that, honestly. But then again, you know, the problem is that the school doesn't really have the money to be spending out on that. Which, you know, fair enough. But it's quite nice, though. And I wish that, I know that not every place has, like, you know, you're gonna be learning how to be, you know, washing dishes, washing clothes, and, you know, cooking and baking things. I wish more places would be having that. But as I said, I understand because it is expensive. And, you know, not every place can be having it, but, you know... It is a shame. Because I feel like those are, like, actually, like, useful things to know. Like, one of the few things, as I said, in school that are actually useful, because most of the things in school I don't really use. At least, you know, once... Or before you, like, actually, like, decide what you want to be doing. Like, actually, like, as a career. Like, usually those are, like, actually useful, because, you know, you're specifically studying to be using them in work. But I will say that much that I don't know how much it did help me to be writing a made-up story about things. I don't know how much that is, like, helping me in life. I mean, surely, like, did it, like, learn me how to be, you know, be writing? Yeah, but I already knew that. But yeah. They were just also unnecessary. I hated them. Because I don't know, I have always kind of had the issue that... Like, writing by hand is hurting. Like, not like actually hurting, but, you know, I can't be doing it for that long. Like, if indeed, like, in a exam there is, like, an essay thing, I need to be usually in the middle of it. I need to be, like, taking a break. Because my hand is starting to be hurting from so much writing. And to be fair, it's not even an issue that, you know, nowadays you don't need to be writing anything. Because, you know, I was writing, like, on paper at that point still. Like, quite often and stuff. So, like, I was used to it. So, like, that wasn't an issue. But, yeah, it's just... I don't know. I know it's a thing that, you know, quite a good amount of people do be struggling with it, that they can't be writing for too long. But then again, indeed... First thing that I don't know even when I was the first time that I really started to be typing a bunch on a keyboard. Like, probably when I was... Probably when I was, like... 9 years old. Maybe 10. And at that point I would have been in school for, like, 3 years. So, you know, I was quite used to, like, writing. It wasn't an issue that, I'm not used to it, but to be fair, I will say that much. As much as I like writing, I rather not be doing it on paper. I rather be doing everything digitally. As I said, I don't have the best handwriting ever, so I rather be having it on digital, so everyone can understand it. And also, I don't know, I'm just so used to be reading like, fonts that are on like computer and stuff. So for me, it is kind of hard to be like reading handwriting, because even though there is a bunch of different fonts that you can be using, they're still like quite similar and like easy to be reading. But having things like someone actually be writing on paper and trying to be reading it can be hard. So I have no idea how teachers are doing that. It's incredible. Like, surely, like, everyone in here, at least, they are thought, like, to be writing in specific ways. Like, we literally have books that, have outlines in a way that you should be writing. But, after a while, like, even though you don't realize it, you just start to be doing your own thing. There's nothing wrong with it, of course, but it's just a thing that, they do be changing indeed. And I understand that, it's technically my fault that, teacher can be reading my handwriting and will be giving me a worse, like, score in an exam. I understand that it's my fault, but at the same time, I don't know really what I can be doing for it, I don't really know what I can be doing differently. Because I feel like if I would be starting to be writing in a way that teacher can for sure be understanding what I'm writing, then I wouldn't be having enough time to be finishing the exam. Because most of our exams were indeed the case that we need to be writing and not like circle numbers or letters, whatever things. Like, we were actually writing. Because I know it's a big thing in quite a good amount of places that there would be like the question sheet and the answer sheet like differently. And then it would just be like circling the right answer. In here, we did have those as well, but it was mostly that we would be need to be writing. Was indeed the case. And also going back to the thing that I feel like I have some sort of problem writing things. I have tried different kinds of like pencils and whatever my things, and they haven't really been helping me. Like maybe there has been like few, but at the same time like then I just didn't like the feel overall, like how it did feel. Like, because I remember, for example, that there was like like my younger brother, he used to be using like like some sort of a cover on the pencil so he could be writing better because he is left-handed. At least that was the way that it was described to me, but I think it was more of the thing that was just like a way to be actually be getting like a correct crib on it. Because that kind of forces you to be taking the right crib. Which I will say that I didn't have the best grip ever on the pencil ever. It wasn't the most optimal for sure. Also, I may or may not be having the issue that I do be using pencil until it's basically in a size that you can't be sharpening it anymore. But then again, I will say that much that when I did like start to be using indie, just kinds of pens that you can be like reusing over and over again, just by adding more filling if it starts to be getting low and everything. What do you never really looked back because they are quite nice and cheap, and also you can be using basically every bit of it as well. Mhm. I think I can do one more like full reset before I'll be heading to the break. I don't think that I have time for two. I've yet again like time for like not really half, but nicely started on the next one indeed. Still, you know, it's old embers are done. What are you? Also, if you haven't hydrated in a little bit, I would be recommending to be doing so. Easy thing to be forgetting, but such an important thing to be remembering indeed. Do be indeed. No. Soonish down with this badge, indeed. I think it is gonna be quite close that would I be able to finish the next patch. I like now that I think about it. I can be actually be getting like halfway done with it. It's nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the other game is done as well. Nice. You know what would have been also kind of cool with the Galar fossils? That if they would have been available in Dynamax Adventures. It doesn't make the most amount of sense for sure, but then again there is some interesting Pokemons there anyways. And one wouldn't really be expecting. So I don't think it would have been too far-fetched to be adding the fossils there. Would it be making them a little less special to be finding it through the fossil revives? Most likely, and that's probably the reason why they didn't add them there, that they would be having their own place. Own place to be in, indeed. But then again, you know, I don't really mind them. They're indeed. I will say that it is like I would have been liking if there would have been more Pokemons that would have been like exclusive to Dynamax Adventures. There's like certain like forums for certain Pokemons that are exclusive to those, but like apart from that, there really isn't anything that is exclusive to there. I would like to personally be including something like Porygon because it's not really, there isn't like another, in quotes, easy way to be hunting it. Because every way that you can be doing it in Sword and Shield is kind of a hard way. It's either Dynamax Adventures or eggs. Not really an easy way indeed. Dynamax Adventures, you know, do be down to luck. But I know that some people, they do be liking indeed to be hunting some other Pokemon than legendaries in Dynamax Adventures. So, you know, it's possible. This can be taking quite some time indeed. We're not gonna be done with the first batch there, right? One more. Maybe. What's the last one there? Mm-hmm. But yeah, indeed, we're gonna be soon having a break indeed. As it is usual since another hour has passed indeed. That indeed. So, you know, as usual, we'll be stopping the hunting while you do be going indeed. So in the case of a shiny, you are not missing out on anything indeed. You know, as I said before, it's nice to be having, you know, a break like that to myself as well indeed. It doesn't indeed be hurting at all. I'd like to say that that's the last old amber for before the reset. It's more feeling like it because I don't really count them. It was MP in those reset that and something shinies that can be reset indeed. There we go. I'll be getting few, like at least like 2 checks there more, I would like to say. And that is basically, you know, done. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And so, like, indeed, I will be seeing it to be shiny before I check the summary anyways. As nice as it would be from older games, honestly, that you could be seeing that are they shiny or not before you check the summary, but I understand that it isn't. It would be understanding indeed. Let's get that Aerodactyl there. Leave it there for now. Continuing after the break is over indeed. Getting going soon then indeed. Let's move on indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna be soon be doing the resets indeed. Yes, I only need to be getting 2 more after this for Soul and Soul Silver indeed, and then indeed done. So once again, we nicely timed these 2. Because they have been today, like, quite nicely timed, and most of the time it's that I don't really need to be waiting in Sword that much. It's nice. Might be the last one. No sword, I would like to say. No. Still. There we go, that's the last one. Should be also the last one of Aerodactyls as well. Let's see. Nothing there. Checking over here. So I suppose soon there is gonna be sunset time in Sword. I don't think that it'll be changing that much though, because I don't think that I did really realize it yesterday. Because it's, you don't really see the difference. So I forgot to be adding those. Now that you don't really see the difference in here. The problem is that, you know, it is, you know, you're not encountering things in battle. It's the best way to be seeing the time of day difference. And the thing is as well that there is the, like, intense sun or whatever my thing going about, then that kind of also be making it like harder to be seeing, because certain weather conditions it's hard to be seeing the time of day indeed. And I don't think that because I'm like almost not at all in the like outside, I don't think that I will be able to notice in Soul Silver. You're just there for just a brief moment. You don't really see it indeed. Oh, don't fossil, no. Don't fossils. It would be kind of funny if Pokemon like NPCs would be like that, that if you have been talking for them and they are like repeating the same message over and over again, that they would be getting sometimes different reactions. Like they are getting angry because they need to be repeating the same thing. Because it's quite often the case in games. Like, it doesn't need to be like anything too much, you know? But like, imagine if the dude that would be reviving in Sword would be after a while, she would start to be saying that you like to be reviving fossils, eh? Or something like that. Like, something small like that would be quite nice. Again, it doesn't really make a difference, but it wouldn't really be hurting, in my opinion, to be having it. I don't think it like would be doing anything bad at all. But yeah. It is interesting though that in any game it is kind of the case that it is the case that they're like the not that much seen characters. They're usually one of the more interesting ones. You know, the ones that don't get either that much screen time or like are kind of out of the old way to be going ahead and talking to you. I mean, of course, like, it's nice that, you know, if you're the type of player that likes to be going ahead and exploring everything that the game has to offer, you will be getting kind of something special indeed. Like it indeed. But at the same time, it do be a little bit of a shame indeed. Like, one would be hoping that there would be something more special for them and stuff. And sometimes, like, certain side characters, they can become, like, more important, like, later down the series, for example. Which is nice. But of course, like, I understand that not every game wants to be putting too much effort into, like, side characters. It's understandable, it does take quite a good amount of time, and especially if you have the problem that you want to be having the game only be like taking only a certain amount of space. You don't want to be like having it to be too much. It's nice for that as well, you know, be saving quite a good amount of space indeed. Nice. I still do be hoping that everyone's having a good day today indeed. Hopefully things are, you know, going okay at least. Even although hoping that they can be getting better at some point. Indeed. Nice. I will say though one thing is quite interesting because it kind of reminds me because I have the sound effects off in Sword currently, saving time. It's quite interesting how many games still do be doing that. That if you have your like sound effects or whatever things, like certain settings for like when it comes down to sound off, the game is faster to be playing. Like because I kind of feel like that's kind of an old thing. Like an old thing, like over 10-year old thing. That's what I personally be like thinking. I don't know, there is, and there has been, and there always will be like certain things that, probably are gonna be forever in games. Like indeed, for example, indeed, that like certain things are faster if you're and certain things are faster if you don't have any sounds. Does it really do anything? Most likely not, but hey, it's there. It's like one of those things that, like, in the games that it's in, it makes like the replayability nice. Which also reminds me how useless of a thing it seems like it is. Skipping movies. Setting in Sword and Shield. It just feels so useless. I've tried to be using it a few times and it doesn't even skip that much. Like, surely it does skip some, but at the same time, like, I would be wishing that if there is an option that it would be skipping even more. Or I could be skipping more with that option. Since in most games you need to be pressing a certain button to be able to skip things. Something like that, Wouldn't really mind that myself. Really indeed. But yeah. If there is indeed an option in games that you can be skipping like movies, dialogues and whatever things, I like that option, but I haven't seen it be working that well in too many games, unfortunately. It's such a shame as well. Such a shame. Because that would be making for me some games be worthwhile playing through again. I mean, there's like games that, I always like to be watching like the cutscenes and whatever things because, I like them a lot. But then again, always nice to be having the option to be skipping. Like in so many games, it's either that press a certain, like, let's press a button for a certain amount of time. Or like press this very specific thing and then it pops up a question that do you want to be skipping this? Like, like make it like some way that you can't accidentally do it. And I feel like most games do be doing it like that indeed. That do, do be having the skipping like cutscenes kind of thing. I feel like indeed that's the case. It's also gonna be interesting to be seeing, by the way, as well, in if we ever will be getting like Legends game for Galar, whatever it shall be then. Will we be actually be able to see like the what are like the fossils supposed to be? Because like bunch of people have been making like what are the fossils supposed to be looking like. So I wonder if we would ever be having that going on for ourselves indeed. Because it would be kind of cool. Unnecessary, most likely as well, but I mean, would it really be hurting? Probably would be having different names as well, but it's kind of getting a new Pokemon without really getting a new Pokemon, you know? Because it's already kind of what we have, but, you know, put together a little differently. Or did they actually look like that in the past? Kind of find that to be hard to believe, but you know. There's been some interesting creatures in the past anyways, you know. So it wouldn't be that new. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mhm. But then again, I will also say that why couldn't there be, you know, funny looking fossils or Pokemons from the past? They could their original design. Could be, but I'm pretty sure, you know, it's indeed like meant to be like the mistakes that, you know, people have been making when they have been discovering fossils. But, you know, it would be interesting definitely be seeing like the Pokemons, like what they're supposed to be. The problem really is for me though that even if there would be like, you know, correct parts and stuff, the problem really is that there is only like 2 head pieces and 2 like body pieces, so you know, maybe there is more head pieces and maybe there is more body pieces, like, but they have just been lost to time. It could be kind of a fun puzzle indeed if we will be ever be getting like a Legends game in the DLR region. Be seeing that. Because I feel like these are one of the only fossils that could be looking quite drastically different what they used to be. Or what are we used to? Oh. Honestly, it would be even funnier now that I think about it to be seeing like what what we are able to be getting in Sword and Shield as fossils in Galar, or the Galarian for the Galar fossil specifically, and be seeing also the like what they used to look like at the same time. Kind of like a space-time distortion thing that, you know, the things from the future would be in there. Because space-time distortions can be both from the past and from the future. It could be interesting for sure. But I don't know. I'm feeling like there would be something else than space-time distortions to be the thing in some other games. I don't know, I could kind of be seeing it, like some sort of like same-ish kind of thing to be working for Galar with the Darkest Day and everything. The Eternatus or whatever thing. You know, creating like different cool things. Whatever they are creating in the background of that battle, you know. I could kind of see it doesn't make the most amount of sense. It could be. The same thing what I'm thinking that there could be like Hooper rings in Legends CA. Even though, you know, Hoopa isn't really like time travel Pokemon, but I could see it to be the case though. If they want to indeed be keeping like that kind of a thing, that there is some sort of like space-time distortion there at all times. Indeed. Don't know if they want to, but I'll have to wait and see either when the games are gonna be coming out or when they will be giving us new information. I don't remember then. Oh. Might have been adding extra actually. Be noticing it, so I'm actually gonna be removing that. And Amber there left as well. There shouldn't be like a difference between them indeed. Actually double check it before I continue that much further. I do the resets indeed. In the other game, so I'm more like in the other. Go full party. Let's check it out before I double check those fossils. Real quickly, just to be sure. Quite certain they are correct. 200 there. 25 there. Point. Yeah, I did add it randomly there in the middle. And probably because I just accidentally depressed it. Happens indeed. I was pretty sure that I would be wrong indeed. In sword instead of in soul silver. Check these dudes out then. I could have time for actually 2 more sets. I could, indeed. Be cutting it close, that's for sure, but if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, then it's not the end of the world. I might be try to be pushing it because it's seeming to be close. 2 more sets means that, in both games I'm gonna be doing the reset. Or mainly in Sword, I'll be doing it 2 times, but if we get 2 resets then it's good, if not, then not the end of the world. And I suppose I can kind of see the sunset look in this place, but it's not the most impressive looking thing, As I said, the weather will be changing a thing, and also, this place is kind of like orange anyways. Little bit of yellow here and there as well, so it's not the most obvious change indeed. If the color scheme is already there, if you add more of it, it's not the most noticeable thing ever. And I can see, it definitely can be a thing when it switches to like nighttime. Then it definitely can be seen indeed. From daytime to nighttime, the daytime to sunset time, it's not the most noticeable. Also, it's kind of interesting that there is like different weathers marked to like routes and stuff. At least in some like places. Even though, most routes are always in one weather. I've talked about it definitely before. Like, for example, there is, like, in every single of the mines and caves of sorts, there is, like, different encounters depending on the weather. But the thing is, you can't really be getting weather to those, because by the time that in most places you would be seeing encounters, you would have either be going into a loading screen, or you would have already... It would have been, like, in there for so long that it can't be happening. But then again, there is always a chance for that you'll be hitting the bingo zone indeed, and the game is thinking that you are in a different area that you actually are. That is indeed an option. Does it happen too often? No, but it's still an option. Still an option, even though it's not likely one. To be fair, that doesn't really make that big of a difference in most places, but in the wild areas, it does. Or specifically in the DLCs, because in the base game's wild area there isn't a single cave. You know what I would kind of like to be seeing in Pokemon when it actually does come down to caves? Like a cave that has at some point been underwater and then there would be like water dropping from the ceiling. That would be such a nice one to be seeing, indeed. I would love it a bit, indeed. That should be the last Aerodactyl ride for this. Yeah. I do indeed. Oh, I didn't nickname. At least the sword one doesn't waste that much time. Still. If I have counted correctly, okay, I haven't been increasing the encounter too much. I should be running out in swords soon-ish. Because I'm not too sure, I'm pretty sure I did add one extra. It's not that big of a deal indeed, you know, it happens. I like to say that my counters can never be truly trusted. Sometimes I add an extra and I don't see it, and sometimes I forget to be adding, you know, it's more of an estimate, but how many I have been getting. And I feel like it's, you know, good enough. Don't want to be stressing too much about it, is it? How correct? It's there. Because I don't know if they're good. Oh, yeah, I was actually correct, okay. Add those already in there. I don't really know if there would be ever a person that would be doing hunting and would be having, you know, manual encounters that they would be 100% of the time correct. And I don't feel like they need to be. You know, human error to be always be counted for everything. At least in my books. Human error to be always be counted in. I don't think that I have time for one more before we're gonna be having a break indeed, but another one that is gonna be quite close to being finished. Yep, indeed. Another hour has soon indeed passed, indeed, so another break time indeed. Indeed, we'll be doing that. I'll be able to get quite nice and close. But I would also like to say that in the next hour, we'll be hitting shiny charm mods indeed. As I said, it doesn't make any difference because charm doesn't affect these dudes. But it's still a thing that we can be hitting. I'm feeling like we could be hitting like half the odds next time. Like I think like 3 times then we could be hitting in 3 times we could be hitting half the odds. Definitely possible. I mean, if not a shiny to be ruining everything, of course, because, you know, that is still one of the most terrifying things ever. But yeah. It's pretty good if you ask me. As I said, I'm not gonna be getting close to be hitting odds in Soul Silver, but it's fine. I've been so lucky in there, so I wouldn't be too surprised if I would be getting something ridiculously under odds. But then again, that file might be done cooking things for now. We need to be starting, you know, the process again. Oh, don't fossil now. I mean, it's at least there if I will be getting... Like, at least the thing is that if I accidentally do be putting the dome fossil there, they'll be, you know, be ready to go. Good thing is that if in that one I'll be finding the shiny, at least it's already there. So, you know, I don't need to be putting one ready to go. It's already there. I mean, it doesn't really make any kind of difference indeed, but... It do be what it do be indeed. Because when it comes down to fossils in Hardcore Soul Silver, it's a good thing to be putting one there. Leave the place and save in front of the dude then. Because then it means that for every single reset you have at least one going for. As I said before, it is the way that, you know, people do be doing, you know, the single checks. Because thankfully, you know, that do be like keeping in. I don't know if it works in every game like that you can be like having one there. Because I feel like in some games it doesn't work. Most games they do be like generating the shininess like once you obtain it, but some might be different, so good to be always double checking how things are for the game that you are playing in. And also, I guess an important thing to remember, even though it's hard to be doing, don't accidentally save. Because otherwise you need to be getting the fossils all over again. Haven't happened to me. I would be quite upset if I would accidentally be doing it. In Sword specifically, in Soul Silver I don't honestly care because it's so quick to be getting more. But... in Sword I would be quite upset. It's not that easy to be getting them. You spent so much time. But yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be having indeed soon a break indeed. In about a minute or so indeed, if things are going as nicely as they do be indeed. Also, let's put the fossil there as well. Then, you know... yeah, it's gonna be not that big of... like, it's not that much extra time when we do be getting into the... when we do be getting into the thing in that I'll be resetting both of the games. I'll be getting quite close once again. There we go. Let's check out 2 more. In Sword at least. Leaving it there indeed. Continue after the break. There we go. Be getting going soon then indeed. Yeah, probably gonna be going today for like an hour-ish at least more, maybe a little extra after that. We'll see. Probably gonna be like 3 revives. I'm gonna be resetting the games after checking, of course. Can actually add those already, you know, even though it's a little too early. Why not? What do you? Just thinking, let's go for another hour indeed and see where we are at that point. Do I want to be going for more indeed? Or what indeed? We'll see indeed. tacos. In both games, actually. Nice. Another nicely timed one indeed. Let's double check that. I did it again, that I'm thinking that the B button is pressing down. Should be the right, at least. Yeah. I don't know, happens. Happens indeed. Yeah, I knew that it wouldn't be too long, that I would need to be doing the reset indeed. I would like to say that at least we would be getting to 1,400. If I don't get anything before that, of course. I was kind of thinking that if I could, I would kind of like to be hitting 1,450. And if we get there, we get there indeed. If we don't, then, you know, it's not the end of the world by any means. Not the end of the world by any means at all. As I said, I think I'd try to be keeping the streams like nicely down into that my camera wouldn't be going down, which is around 6.5 hours. It depends how much I'll be having, you know, at what point I will be putting them on beforehand. But it's like 6.5 hours-ish when my camera do be dying. Then I need to be just, you know, fixing it, which usually doesn't take too long. Last time it was like less than I need to go down. It was super quick to fix, which was very nice because I was doing DAs at the same time, so it's very nice indeed. It was nice and fast. Didn't press B. Sad. But it's time for sit there anyways. About to say that there was probably one more if nothing else. Nice. So one thing I don't fully understand is that why do some people be like leaving their systems into really old days? Like I don't really care if it's like by a year or two, but it's just like kind of odd when it is like 20 years. But then again, it is kind of like, at least a me thing, that I really like to be having the correct days when I'm playing, even though it doesn't like most of the time make any kind of difference indeed. But it's just nice to be having the same day. That is indeed the case why I usually don't like to be switching dates in order to be getting like certain weather conditions and be getting like certain shinies in Sword and Shield. I'd rather be having it like on the actual day, you know? Yes, it feels, you know, right? But, you know, each to their own. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, once again, but it's just odd to me. I know that some systems might be having the issue that they only go for so long. But I feel like nowadays there would be a way that pretty much for any console you could be figuring out a way that that wouldn't be happening, you know? Technology has gone nice and far indeed. Is that faster? It is. Nice. I wonder if there is fan games made for like there's fan games that you can be a gym leader, for example. There's those kinds of fan games do be existing. But I wonder if there is a fan game for Pokemon that you would be like in the like Pokemon researcher or something like that. I would like to say that most likely, because you know, usually fans of certain series, they like to be making quite interesting fan games. Because it's like, it would be kind of a cool thing to be knowing like what is actually going on with their lives and such. Because like some you can be seeing in the anime, for example, gym leaders, you can quite easily be seeing in the anime how their lives can be, which is quite varying actually. But it's nice, you know. And like there is quite a good amount of like interesting like even though it's just like trainer class, but it's quite interesting ones there for sure. I'm done with both games again. Nice. I thought I was one menu further. Should be it. Go. We're not gonna be also that far off hitting 900 in the in Soul Silver once we're done with today's encounters. Like it honestly isn't gonna be taking that much longer. Which is quite nice indeed. Depends on of course where I will be stopping, if I will be stopping at what I was thinking that I will be stopping at, which is 1400 in the sword, then yes, but if I'll be going only to going to be doing only 3 more, 2 including this one, then we're gonna be farther away from that, but still pretty good. Still pretty good indeed. Honestly, it might be the case that if, like in this case, because I'm not gonna be going for that much longer, might be the case that if I do be finding something on either of the games, I'm gonna be stopping hunting in that game for the day. Because mostly in Sword, I need to be doing, like, getting the other parts, and, you know, I'd rather be doing the encounters. And, you know, it's nice to be starting from, like, clean. For, you know, the next time. If it would be as easy as I could be continuing straight away, then I wouldn't mind to be going for another one, but I would need to at least be getting, you know, 25 of the other head part. It's not that easy to just be continuing straight away, unfortunately. I forget to be putting an item there. Happens, of course, indeed. Happens so often, indeed. But yeah, I do still be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. Always remember, progress is progress, no matter the amount indeed. Any amount of you can be getting done at the time is good amount. I guess it's always one step closer to whatever you're looking for indeed. So one big issue, very big issue indeed, is that I don't really have, for most of the fossils, I don't really have nicknames in mind. Funnily enough, I think in Sword I have only literally a name in mind for the one that I'm gonna be hunting the last. But then again, I will say that most of the time anyways, I don't have really nicknames in mind. Actually, I don't just thought of a nickname for Dracosold as well. Probably should be writing it down, but if I remember it later, I'll write it down indeed. It's not the end of the world, for sure. It's just the, like, you know, the kind of things that you think that you should be writing down. You really should be writing them here and there down. Maybe in the next reset I could be doing it indeed. I get that I do in both games reset. It's gonna be taking still a little while. Not that much longer, but still, you know. Little time indeed. I would like to say like 5 minutes. There would be the next reset indeed in both games. Go. Well, safe travels then. Hopefully everything goes nicely indeed. I was about to say, I think that's the last old ember that I need to be giving before I'm gonna be resetting. Let's see. Was I right then? There is still some more there, okay. Should be for sure the last one, right? Yeah. But it'll be like, if that's not the last one, then I don't know what's going on. Nothing there. Let's check out this. Anything in here? This is like, I'm gonna indeed write that thing down. And putting it here. There we go. Time to reset then indeed. At least I'll be doing 2 more resets indeed. Or like, suppose 1 more reset and 2 like checking out on 25 things on Sword, but if I feel like it, I'll be going for another 50 more. If don't, then you know, I'm not. Easy as that indeed. As I like to say, don't be pushing yourself when you'll be doing shiny hunting. It is supposed to be fun indeed. As I have said plenty of times, take breaks if necessary from hunting. And from, you know, things in general, if you of course can. Which I still feel like that in most situations you can. But, you know, if you can, then, you know, take breaks and, you know. If you're not feeling like doing hunting, then don't do hunting. Easy as that indeed. But yeah, I would like to say that I'm probably gonna be going like maybe 40 minutes more today. Max. We'll see indeed. Always be depending on how things want to be going indeed. So I want to do the dome fossil once again. Not yet. There's been a few times that I have almost, in quotes, almost even be collecting one. I mean, I would have bought, you know, no team, no team, no space on the team to be getting it. No team. I don't have any team. 0 Pokemons in my party, because that's definitely possible. Technically, in most games you are without any Pokemons for quite some time. Okay, before you get your starter bot. You're kind of forced to be getting into having a Pokemon quite quickly at the same time. It's gonna be taking, you know, that long to be getting there indeed. And once again, as I usually do, I'm very happy about today's progress for sure. It's rarely any time that I'm not happy with the encounter amount. And usually, if I'm not too satisfied with them, it's because the games are being mean, you know, but some situations, you know, in Dynamax Adventures, I'm expecting it. I do be expecting it in there, indeed. That's gonna be going on, indeed. I wonder also, will we be keeping going on kind of like grayscale shinies from here on out as well? Because it feels like we have been getting them a bunch lately. And I would like to kind of be keeping it going. I tried to be getting another Caputo. I just said it that I tried to be getting it once already. Happens. But yeah. Because I kind of like the idea that, you know, not every shiny needs to be that colorful. Because it's also like quite a dramatic change than that like a Pokemon do be like losing all the color. I don't really feel like we have been getting the opposite as much. And you know that it's like kind of grayscale, and then it like gets like quite a vibrant shiny. And it wouldn't be too bad of an idea to be getting some of those as well. Wouldn't be at all. Wouldn't mind it myself, indeed. And I still feel like that, in my opinion, not every shiny needs to be incredibly different from their regular counterpart, indeed. I feel like it's fine to be having some that are not as nice, you know? I guess, as I said before, like, not everything needs to be good. We need to be having bad things, so, you know, not everything looks good. I do understand the frustration that some shinies are hard to be finding, but, you know, it would be the case even if all the shinies would be incredibly obvious anyways. Because there's gonna be a shiny that is hard to be getting, because the Pokemon doesn't like appear that often. Also, we're soon gonna be hitting nighttime, by the way. This was that tragic difference. There we go. That should be nighttime. Check these out then. Thing there. Dude. Is it actually 800 checks if I do big into that? Jeez. 800 checks that I can be doing. It will be, yeah. It's gonna be 800 checks if I do big going indeed. Okay. Bad, not bad. And not too bad at all. I don't know why I want to be adding that already, but to be fair, it doesn't really matter. Want to be adding them anyways. To be fair, I could be always be adding them before I, like, a lot before I check them, because, you know, I'm gonna be checking them at some point anyways. Even if the game would be crashing, you know. It doesn't really make a difference there, indeed. Some birds going wild outside. I think those might be some big birds even. It's quite late, but you know, some birds do be this late indeed. Sounded like those indeed. I think it's one more Aerodactyl and then reset. No, it's already. It's gonna be adding because I already did add before the numbers indeed. There we go. Nice. Yeah. Some days definitely can be like that. And you always love it when it's you on your like day that you have been like thinking that you'll be chilling in, right? All of a sudden everything just hits. To be fair, I'm the type of person that I'd rather be having everything done on one day, as exhausting as it is, than to be having multiple tiny things to be doing in multiple different days. I'd rather be doing like every single thing at once. Because then I can be like having like nice one big chill day at home. Yeah. I mean, of course, like if you have like always like certain things that you do a day, then you know it just kind of is your day, the day life. To be fair. But in the case that you are gonna be doing something like out of ordinary, I'd rather be having them be done in one day. Yeah. I'm guessing you're gonna be staying there as long as it needs to be, getting the puppy to be a little bit older. Or is that the reason why you're with your parents currently? Oh, you're just there until Monday? Okay. Yeah. Seeing that it probably doesn't destroy every single place. Yeah. But hey, some people do be like in busy days. To be fair, I know that there is people that, you know, they can't really be having like a chill moment any day. I couldn't be that type of person. I need to be able to just be for like a good amount of hours a day. Jeez. Sounds like an interesting mix. For sure. Also, speaking of no teeth, it reminds me that our cat has finally understood that she doesn't need to be eating like ridiculously fast. Like what she has been living with us for like 4 years. Finally understanding that she doesn't need to be eating super duper fast, eat too fast, and then, you know, get things out as quickly as possible afterwards. Because it ate too fast. Yeah. And the funny thing is that she is like trying to be like, you know, chewing things, but you know, she doesn't have like any teeth. At least in the part that she's trying to be chewing with. To be fair, isn't every animal a little dumb, at least? Fair enough. Yeah, it happens. Indeed. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Indeed. They all be different indeed. Interesting. Yeah. Uh, they do be different. You kind of need to be either learning to live with it or not, but you know, would we recommend that they be learning to be living with it, but yeah. Yeah, she has like kind of finally understood that she doesn't need to be eating super duper fast, which is good. And as I said, she likes to be chewing things with like no teeth. But still, one of her favorite things to be doing, to be getting attention, is to be try to be eating either trash or plastic. It's her favorite way to be getting attention. At least she has stopped licking the walls. She hasn't actually done that like in years, but I still remember that was actually like kind of a big problem for a time that she was licking literally walls. Don't know why. She was. I think I might be able to do these like big resets, and then we're gonna be heading into another break indeed. I will be having just about enough time for that indeed. Maybe starting a little bit of the next one even. See, we'll see. Oh, it's stone fossil. No. Oh, click the bag. Definitely where I want to be going. Here we go. Little people coming in. This late. There's like a second car in the last half an hour. It do be weekend, but usually people in here like to be like gone the entire weekend or just, you know, be at home the entire weekend. Usually don't like come back in the middle. There's some special weekends, so they might be the case, but you know, this weekend is quite a usual weekend, I would like to say. Apart from like, you know, some people will be starting the school on Monday, but like the weekend itself is normal. Yeah, can feel that. You want something to be happening because you're hungry, because you don't want to be dealing with it being a problem without it sleeping, indeed. To be fair, every single puppy that I have been around with ever, or a dog, they are doing everything but sleeping if you're making food. They're doing everything else but be sleeping. Oh no. It's not a good place then, I suppose. If a puppy can be getting into it. Am I done? Yes. It was about to be done there, so I was kind of assuming that. Let's check out this real quickly, then we're gonna be having a break. I don't think that I have ever again been with a dog that would be knowing how to be opening like the place that, you know, there's streets in. Our cat only does if she has like somehow access to it. Like it's on the table and she wants to be going there. But she usually doesn't like to be doing it. I don't know why. Doesn't really care. If I do more after this, it would half an hour. So no, I'm not gonna be doing that much. I'll do one more set and I'm done. It's gonna be a little bit over than I thought, what I said, but you know, I was kind of counting the break there as well. But it's fine. Be fine indeed. Yeah, one set of 25s and 15 on the other game indeed, which is split down to 3 5s of course. There after that indeed. I almost left the place without giving the old Emperor first. Yep, I'm most likely indeed gonna be having off day tomorrow, as it will be usually the case on Sundays. If not, then you know, as usual, will be informing on Discord if I will be live that day indeed. As usual, 10-ish minutes before I start to be doing things indeed. But yeah. No matter what, next time that'll be on, then most likely will be continuing these hunts. I have high doubts that I would be able to be getting both of them done, you know. I have my doubts. But most likely gonna be fossil hunts, even if I would be getting these both done. At least on Sword, if nothing else. At least indeed. But yeah. Pretty decent though. 800-ish. Indeed, in 6 hours. Not too bad. I mean, it seems about right because like 100, actually 125 is usually an hour in Sword. You know, it kind of checks out there indeed. Got those. Oh, I pressed B too early. I like to be pressing B after the revival process goes through, so you know, can be always be saying no to nickname, but Sometimes do be forgetting. And as I said, thankfully it's not that big of a deal if I do, because it's just quite an easy-ish task to be saying no to a nickname. Even if I would be accidentally pressing bunch of ones there. It would still be quite nice and quick to be getting rid of them indeed. Nice. For me it takes about 10 minutes to be checking out 25 in Sword and 15 at the same time in Soul Silver, so that's about the range. That I do them in. It do be, of course, depending on how you do things, but in the case that if you ever will be doing fossil resets in Sword and Shield, they are not affected by Shiny Charm as usual. And turn off sound effects because it will be faster. Because there is not gonna be like an extra jingle there. But they are pretty fast. As I said, you'll be spending more time trying to be getting to fossil parts than doing the resets. Like overall, they might be taking longer to be checking, like getting the shiny, but yeah. It also depends on how you want to be doing fossil resets as well. I would be suggesting do like 20, maybe 30 at a time if you want to, if you have patience to be getting that many. Because doing one is not worth it. Because in Sword and Shield they do be go into boxes. So you don't need to be having like party space like in Soul Silver. Which makes it so much nicer. So technically you could be reviving them until your boxes are full. It would be requiring a ridiculous amount of them indeed. But yeah, it depends how many you want to be doing at a time. I do 25 because I was thinking I'm gonna be getting 50 of each. I'm gonna be doing 25 of each at a time when I'm doing them. Because I don't want to be using too many, because like I know that bunch of people do be doing like 50, like 60 at a time. But what if you get it at like 55, then you're like wasting 40, like over 40 like fossil parts that you could have been using for like another hunt. Because they are such a pain to be getting. Because you need to be doing dens. And then you need to be getting lucky to be getting enough of them. There's like the version, in quotes, version exclusives. They are not really, it's just some are more common in one game, some are more common in the other game. Or if you're me, you get ridiculous amount of fish. Like, I have like almost 70 fish And everything else is like 50. Yeah, you usually don't really be having too many if you don't specifically be going for them. Oh, there you go. That's the last one there. But yeah, it's not that bad to be getting them, it's just time consuming. And because it's saving every single time that you do be doing the digging thing, you need to be getting more. So if you get unlucky, then you need to be going ahead and get more watts. But it is what it is. But yeah, I think it did take me like to be getting the 50 of each at least. It did take me like for the 400,000 watts. Like it was pretty pricey. It wasn't that bad. I didn't need to be grinding that much, but still. It's a lot. It of course depends how lucky you get. Check the last ones though. No forever dactyls and double checking these. Yeah. I would recommend if you have both games do like half and half. That's what I need. If you have both games, do that, because you'll be saving a lot of time. Yeah. It's not that bad, but expect to be having bunch of one, bunch of two of them and like none of the other. But yeah, happens. Nothing on today, but good progress. Good progress indeed. Getting slowly but surely. As I said, next time that I'll be doing this, I'll be able to hit half the odds on Sword. But thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys most likely on Monday. If nothing changes. Until then, bye!